Let's see what we can get into today. Whoa. Okay, 1 second. Let's see here. Scum updates. This is hotfixes. They were posting stuff, I think, on Twitter. They had some stuff, I believe it was on Twitter, though. New things with the power plant and stuff. I don't remember. I don't know if I can. That's not right. Ooh. Huh. I never even looked at this before. When was this posted? Huh. Extended. So weapons factory, bricks factory, a water park. A resort with a water park will be connected to the bridges. A resort with a water park. I'm guessing the central island. Maybe. I mean, this seems to be like the only place that would connect that's in the middle of the water. Unless it's like, I don't know, one of these islands or something. Marshall Yard, windmills. So windmills are going to generate free electricity for players. In the future, it will be possible to control the distribution of energy. So this is telling me that, so the windmills that are in the south are going to power things. Then the dam is probably going to power things. And then that means that the nuclear power plant would be over here, because that would give you 3 sources of power in all sectors of the map. But that also means power-wise that the nuclear power plant would be the least stable, probably. I don't know. Or the windmills would be the least stable. Which means that the south side would be harder than everywhere else. Cargo port. Cargo ports. This will contain high-end loot similar to airdrops, except it is imported by sea. Cargo port. I'm guessing they're talking about like similar to Rust, where there's a cargo ship. I mean, they already have a naval base. If it's a port, I mean, I would think it would be next to a big city, but it would probably have to be in the middle of the map somewhere. Second city, it won't be as large as the first, but will contain similar locations and items. We've already seen this, and it's over here somewhere, like C0 area. So that means if there's a big city here, it might change where the airdrops fall, but if C0 becomes a big city, then power plant will probably be up towards like D0 or something, maybe a little bit above that, maybe. I would assume. Junkyard. Alright, so here's the thing. Not only will this be a place to repair cars in the future, so it's telling me that maybe when modular cars and stuff happen to go down, maybe they're going to do something similar to like the drill presses where you have to park a vehicle in these big garages to repair it. If that's true, that could be kind of annoying, but I guess it makes sense. So in that case, it'd be scrapyard, B2 airport. The quarry has the big garages. You have one inside of prison. And you have big city. There's not really anywhere else off the top of my head. You're probably going to have two big cities. So you're going to have like 5 areas or something you can go to repair your car. That's kind of interesting. Similar to hospital already in the city, but on a much larger scale. In the future, it will contain machinery where characters can create artificial limbs. Players will also be able to create cyborgs and computer implants. That seems a bit much. You're telling me that they're going to basically be able to upgrade their characters with robotics, is what's going on. Players will be able to find fishing equipment at the national park. So if there's a national park on this island, I would assume it's going to be like somewhere in the middle. Be in the middle or up here by like the lumberyard or something, but I think the middle would be like the best area, maybe up here in this corner. But they already have hunting grounds towards the middle, so it makes more sense for it to be there. This seems like a big spoiler here. So, let's look at these other ones. A place for players to practice fishing farms. But waterfalls, actually a huge part of the Scum story. Is there something hidden behind the waterfall? So, there's a couple of waterfalls on the map already. The only one that you can really walk underneath is near, like, C2, I think. Or not C2. I think B2. It's the only waterfall. I mean, that's towards the middle of the map, so I guess it would make sense if it's part of a storyline, but huge lake there would be partially frozen. Something hitting underneath containing to the Scum storyline. Huge lake that will be partially frozen, which is telling me right here in the middle of the map. So there's something hidden underneath that that's part of the storyline. I wouldn't expect there to be anything really in this lake currently, but there might be. Have to get some scuba gear, maybe we check that out. I mean, I don't know how old this thing is. Let's try to go to Twitter. Okay, so this is part of their new base building thing. You're going to be able to build up, and it's modular and everything. The issue with this is that if their containers don't bust and fall down to the ground when you break these, the only way you're going to be able to get up there is to climb up and get in. But then players will just destroy the central bridge whenever they get offline, and if there's no way to build up like Rust, that would be the biggest issue. So we see ladders or stairs right here. These look similar to Rust, to be honest. Building multiple walls is pretty decent. All that seems pretty good. Middle base parts don't seem sturdy enough. So these base walls kind of look like the same thing that's on Miscreated, to be honest. So basically it's just metal plates. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't really like the look of them very much. What is interesting with this picture, though, is that the bars right here. That's an open window. A barred window. And on side of that, this right here, these are half walls. So you got a half wall fence, barred window. That's already a couple of things that we haven't really seen yet, so that's pretty interesting. I don't see any aviation obstruction lighting on these modular base buildings. I'm not an expert, but it seems that this is against the safety regulations. What? Aviation obstruction lighting. You're saying it's going to be dark and planes are going to crash into it? A stick wall, I don't think it necessarily looks bad. Definitely not very sturdy, but I'd prefer the palisade wall look. Something that seems a little bit more robust, but you know, but these stairs, they look kind of nice. Gonna be a pain to take these stairs, like if you have to go up and down these, and I mean, you're gonna, like, it's just like clearing this Someone's going to be able to chokehold these stairs, probably. If people even use them properly, they'll probably just, like, put a stair here and then make you jump across to another stair or something. And this got the old barbed wire on it. It doesn't look like there's a height limit so far, so, I mean, that's something to kind of consider as well. There's also, you see, on the right, account balance and gold balance. Alright, so they have a roofing shingle. So they have actual roofing to put on your base now. And metal foundations. That's some things to consider here. Because metal foundations means that you're going to have more HP value, so wood foundations are going to be fairly weak, probably. Which means you're most likely going to be forced to upgrade your foundations at some point. Okay. Let's see here. Metal foundations. They got triangle foundations. Barred walls, big barred walls. I'm guessing this is framing. Roofing pieces. That's alright, I guess. What's this? So they got circular stairs and normal stairs. Long stairs, short stair, ramp. Ramp is kind of important because this means you could potentially store your vehicle inside of your base now, inside of your house, or build a ramp to park vehicles in different areas, like the C2 castle, or not C2, whatever the snow castle was. You could build a ramp up the stairs and then just drive your vehicle up it, probably, which would fix, you know, a decent bit of stuff there, I guess. You wouldn't be able to have as many locked doors, though. But circular stairs are interesting. I'm not opposed to it, I guess. This stuff right here, I mean, the foundations here, I don't know what's going on there. It doesn't really seem like they fixed the foundation problems with the game, like being able to have it flat. It more or less, like, it's raised foundations. I don't really like the look of this, but I mean, you could put an extra layer or something outside of your base, maybe. But this just bothers me a little bit. Not too bad. See, but right here, this account balance and the gold balance. So I don't know if they're going over to gold instead of using dollars now, but the account balance is the banking system, I'm pretty sure. So I'm guessing your gold balance is how much your character has on them currently. Maybe how they're going to balance out the revive system. Maybe what they could do is make it to where you have to have the money on your character to revive. But I doubt people would like doing that, because if someone's going to raid your base and they bring a bunch of gold and you kill them and they respawn, then whatever's left of their gold is still going to be on their body. But they would just separate their gold and stick some in a box before they came and raided your base, I guess. But, I mean, if there's a timer, you could potentially get to their body and take their gold before they can respawn. But with an account balance, I don't really know how that's going to work out. talking about center of value. Center of gravity. So I guess you're saying you can upgrade your boat, but you have to pull your car apart. So you have to take car parts to upgrade the boat. I don't know what is going on with the graphics of this. I guess it's a lower end PC, but I get they're saying that you store your items in here for its safety. I guess it's rolling over, so you got a lot of storage, but it's making the boat unlevel. That kind of sucks. I mean, I don't think it would change much. I think potentially this card roof here could be an hindrance. I mean, if you get into a gunfight on this, like, it's gonna block bullets from the front, but the front generally doesn't matter. I guess, unless you're getting into like if you're chasing a boat down or something. But you're not gonna be able to move around very easily in the back right here. So I don't really know how this is gonna play out. And then like the gap in between this. So you're gonna have to be crouched while you're in the backside of the boat to move around, or if it's just, you know. But they have their graphics turned down or something right there. Okay, so this is version 0.8 power station. So we're seeing gas mask and the improvised raincoat. So I'm guessing the improvised raincoat is basically like a makeshift radiation gear. We have a good amount of fog. A bunch of pipelines that you could potentially walk across. So the fog, I think, is going to play a big part. If the fog is consistently at this location, you're looking at long-range optics and even bow fire being kind of a little bit harder to use in this situation. So close-range weaponry would already kind of have more of a advantage here. Potentially, we're looking at, I don't know how, like, I don't know how exactly you're going to be able to get up to places, but it seems like this place is playing around with a bunch of different elevations, if there's a way to get on top of things or not, because you already got this pipe, which is pretty tall, and then you got almost what looks like a bridge behind this thing. But that's the walkway, I'm guessing, and this is the power plant. Because you got, okay, so we got a building structure right here, so that is like a walkway, I'm fairly sure. This I don't really know. How tall that is. I mean, it looks pretty tall. For sure. I'm guessing that's the central reactor area or something. This is more of a high-end PC with all the shadows and stuff set up, which definitely makes the game look better, but I mean, it would be very difficult to play probably like this. But then, like, we look at this, possible trees here, but this is building. This is a tower. So this right here is probably already fairly high up. This one maybe a couple stories. But then when we look over here, you got a power line. And this kind of gives me credence to where this is actually at, because if it is in the area that we're thinking, there are power lines that run directly through a forest over there. So if these power lines are connected to those, you kind of got a rough idea where this might end up. But then we look over here. This looks like almost a refinery type situation, but this looks like a few stories. I mean, that's a few stories right there. But there's no way to know like what that building is used for off the top of our head, you know? A lot of elevations there, for sure. So, nuclear polyurethane protective casing with lead for neuron radiation shielding. Uranium container. So, question is, why would we need uranium? You know? Unless this is like some sort of mobile power source that you can power your base with or something. It seems a little bit iffy. Alright, this is getting annoying. Can I not? Can I not just... Are we good now? Making me sign up for Twitter, man. Don't even want a Twitter, my guy. I'm just trying to view the page. Just super annoying. Super annoying. Alright. Get it out, off my face. Out of my face. I don't use Twitter. I need this gun. So you got permadeath in the game, so you have to have funds to revive. This I don't fully agree with. I mean, if it's just costing money to revive, then it's just going to mean all the solo players are going to have to keep restarting their character over and over. And the big clans are going to take over because they're going to have way more money. So I just don't know about permadeath necessarily because it's going to have way too much power for clans and groups. It'll kick everyone else off for sure. Scum League, I've heard about it. Complete. Expand your builds in any way you want. Add windows, doors, build more floors. As long as the structure can hold it. So I'm assuming they have this T shape in the back to be a roof support, which kind of bothers me a little bit. And then again, like, I don't necessarily have a problem with the cement here, but I kind of wish that we had a stone, because they had a picture before of like a stone block cement wall. And I get that people like the way of their bunkers and stuff, but can we not have like a castle style wall as well? If you want to build a custom castle. But it looks like these T's in the back are supporting the roof somehow, so that's why I'm guessing that's there. Scum League. Scar, be a pretty good game. What is Rooted like the same company or something? So we've seen a house in the middle of nowhere, greenhouses, assets and stuff here. Looks a little bit more cartoony. Random books and stuff laying around. This axe looks a little familiar. Something about a resistance. Good plants and stuff. Solo multiplayer post-apocalyptic survival game. Is this the same company that's making this? I'm telling you guys, you don't need to make another post-apocalyptic survival game, okay? You make this game, it's already a survival game for the most part. What you need to do, I'm telling you right now, just add me up. I can lay down all the details. MMO survival. MMO fantasy survival game, okay? Not going super overboard with like skill bars and stuff, but I'm talking about elementalist, warriors, rangers, having that kind of equipment in the game. Survival game. Use the elementalists and some of the other abilities and stuff to survive in a world. No one's did that game yet. 100% gonna like break everything. People are gonna like lose their minds. I know. Being able, because like, who are the hardest grinders that you know in the game world? MMO players. MMO players grind dungeons and shit on repeat all day long. Okay? Put them in a survival game. You can make that game as hard as you want. All they're gonna do is say that you're trash if you don't think that you're if you can survive. Okay, growing plant, growing plant. Question, so what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What, like 10 in-game days or something? Question is the growing, like, if you increase the time of day, does it grow the same rate, or is it connected to the time of day? Because that would be kind of crappy for modded servers, or like personal servers. Going through the messages that have piled up, how about we make it like this? We split a week in a Q&A. What is this, power station? Or nuclear power again? So, skeleton, something that we haven't seen before, so that's something interesting, it's new. Potential place to get bones without having to kill something? It could be interesting. Not sure what this is. It kind of reminds me of the airport from Call of Duty. Yeah, multiple stories. Looks like a roadway here. It has the same sort of design as the airport from Call of Duty, so I'm assuming this is some sort of terminal or hub airport thing. Got grass, something right here. Could just be an expansion of the building. Some sort of vent, farming. First person view from the armored vehicle. Do you think that people driving in too much? I would say you probably have to reduce it, yes, because even driving first person compared to third person in this game, drastically different experiences to begin with. I mean, this isn't even close. Like, third person, you can see all the rocks and stuff on the ground, way different. First person, hard enough to drive in the game without hitting stuff. Then you do this on top of it. You know how hard it's going to be to drive in first person with this? Like, if you ever wanted a difficulty slider on driving, this right here, I almost don't know if it would be worth it to do this to your car, because, I mean, it might save you from getting shot, maybe, if somehow these bars block bullets. I don't really know what that's going to do, but you're looking at first person, you're going to be able to see in front of you right here. That's probably going to be about it. You're basically going to have to drive on the road because you're not going to be able to see anything on the ground. You're going to hit every single rock because there's 15,000 million trillion rocks and logs everywhere. So basically you have like 10% of your vision normally driving. I just don't see this panning out very well first person. But It does make driving more difficult, which I'm not opposed to if you have a first-person only server, but no one's going to be driving first person with that, I'm sure. What else is going on here? Okay, so we've seen this pretty much. Public demo. Seen this. Game doesn't look bad, but I mean, it's another survival game. The other thing is that most of these survival games, they don't add much new. There's not much else that you can add to a game survival-wise after you add, like, weapons and loot to the game and base building. It's just the map, the graphics, the monsters, and basically like the injury and survival mechanics. And most of those are fairly same in most games, so that's what I'm saying. MMO fantasy survival game, mix it up a little bit. Change, it isn't going to be like a realistic survival. You're going to have fantasy elements. Would make a whole different ball game to survival games. This is fine. You got a completely different door on here, though. I don't know. They needed like a method to either cover the whole car in metal or paint it, because this bothers me a little bit. Got super armored doors stuck on a normal car. It looks like a different tire almost, but I don't think it is. This looks like one of those little like European racer cars. Feedback on day-night cycles is pretty clear what needs to be done. Keep it as it is, but make it shorter. Give reasons for players to be active at night. Increase the loot. Better loot. Increase the risk. Here's my thing right now is the game time, like day-night time, how it is currently is, what is it, it's like 4 hours or 6 hours, I think it's 4 hours or something of day and like 2 hours of night or an hour of night. The thing that what's happening here is that players don't like playing at nighttime because they're scared and they can't see anything, so it makes it very difficult to survive at night. But that's also like a big important thing when it comes to these games, is because you can do, people that are good at nighttime can take advantage of it, and then when you get rid of it, they can't use it anymore. Like, how are you supposed to do a night raid if the nighttime's only like 30 minutes? You can't. How are you supposed to use the cover of darkness to scout out a base and get rid of all their landmines without them noticing if nighttime is only 30 minutes? You can't. You're going to have to sit around for multiple days. The fact that they don't want to use torches is just like, you're basically removing all the need of the game to need light sources at all. Like, you don't need light sources at all. Torches and flashlights, useless. You can get away with making it shorter, but I just don't know, man. Because Even how I have mindset right now on my servers, I up to the daytime a little bit longer, so it's like 8 hours instead of 6 or whatever. So the nights are a little bit longer than they normally are, and it's not bad. Like, yeah, it sucks if you got on and it's really dark out and you can't really see much and you don't want to leave your base. But the full moon comes out, it's only like super dark, like 1 or 2 nights every now and then. Show the thread. But it still feels like when the night arrives, following things happen. People leave the game, people get into their bases to sort the loot, people turn on apps that control the gamma. Seems that playing during the night is too tedious for most people, and although some of you suggest that we spawn more puppets during the dark, I don't see any benefits to it, so what I was thinking was the following. Option 1, increase ambient a bit on officials, but add the black fog that will reduce the visibility distance. Private servers would be able to tweak that. See, I like the fog idea. I've talked about this in other games like Tarkov and stuff in the past because uh, people were using gamma and stuff in Tarkov to see everywhere, sure. But if you have a fog where it completely limits your range of vision, if you don't have something that counteracts it on, then the gamma doesn't necessarily matter. But when you get into tight building spaces, I don't think it's going to help that much. That's the only thing I would say. Um, See, but this right here where they're talking about people leaving the game, people get into their bases to sort loot, people turn on apps to control gamma. The gamma thing is an issue, but you're not going to stop, like, removing nighttime doesn't, like, I get that 99% of players don't play during the dark, but that's part of the thing. It's just like 99% of, like, ancient warfare armies didn't do nighttime attacks because it takes a lot more coordination and planning, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on. Every survival game I've ever played, even Tarkov, 99% of the players play daytime raids. They don't play nighttime raids, which means that say that you're a solo player and you're wanting to get loot and these big clans have taken over naval base or something, but you know that most players don't play during the night. So that means at night, you're going to have a chance to go through there, slip past all those guys, and get some gear. Or at least a better shot. That's the power of a nighttime light. Like, we're completely removing it. It's just going to make... It limits the potential play of game. Like, why even have night at all? And then if you make it harder... I mean, sure, you could make it harder, make it to where there's more loot or whatever at night. Those people that go out at night will benefit. But then what you're going to have happen is if there's way more loot being spawned at night, players are only going to go out at night. For the most part. Because it's not the dark that is making the people mad. It's the fact that it's riskier to go during the dark because they can't see. And like the only thing that would make people mad is streamers. So yeah, when you're streaming and it's really dark, nobody who's watching your stream can see, and it's kind of annoying. But it's like dark plays a valuable point in the role. As soon as you make loot higher at nighttime, people are going to play at night for sure. The thing here, night vision goggles removing the fog, I don't know how this would work necessarily, because if you're blinded by the fog and someone else has night vision goggles, they'll see you. They shoot their gun, you won't be able to see where they're shooting you from because you can't see at all. So there's not going to be any retaliation here. And then unless like you make a torch, does the torch remove the fog? Because I would be okay with that if you had to walk around with a torch. But if you have a torch on and you can only see in the fog radius, that's where the issue would come in. Because if you like, or a flashlight, because you're not going to be able to see through the fog, and then everyone else is going to see your bright flashlight shining everywhere, which means you're most likely going to get jumped. Now, Tech 1 controlling... Oops, sorry, pup. Tech 1 controlling the day-night times. I'm not necessarily opposed to this. However, 15-minute events... In the context of a game show, what benefits does it have to randomly turn the time off and on, you know, throughout the day and night? Now, I could see maybe if you have the nighttime as it is now, like having a day-night cycle and then implementing times where it turns dark for a special event could be decent. So say that right now, if night's like an hour, say they reduced it down to 30 minutes, but then they added two 15-minute events that would turn day to night. You could still balance it out that sort of way, and maybe people wouldn't complain as much. But you're still punishing anyone who actually likes to play at night, which I know is a smaller portion of players, but it's just nighttime is an important fact when it comes to strategy in games, even though a lot of players don't use strategy. But randomly turning the night and days off, I mean, if it's more like an airdrop where they give you a warning, I think that could be fine. The issue is that you're going to run into the same deal where players just aren't going to leave their base because they know that nighttime is more dangerous. And so they're going to sit there and wait it out for 15 minutes. Be very lucky if like a couple of people go out there to try and fight whatever it is, unless there's like a really good reward for doing it. There's not any reason. And then anybody who gets caught out here, anybody who doesn't have a base, anyone that, you know, doesn't necessarily have the gear to fight whatever you're spawning out there for the event, I mean, you're going to be punishing a lot of players right here with this. So, you know, people that got injured and they can't run, so they're trying to heal people that are looting, because if the events are randomized, you're not going to have the opportunity to always find a safe place here, especially once they update the AI to be able to get into buildings and stuff. Like, what are you supposed to be like? What are you supposed to do if you go to like D4, the airport? You're looting up, you leave, you know, you take some damage or whatever. Your base is 2 or 3 squares away, and then the message says like, oh hey, you got, you know, 10-15 minutes until the dark event spawns and crazy monsters go everywhere. Like, it takes you 15 minutes, like with max running and endurance and stuff, just to get across one sector. Let alone like driving first person or anything like that. Any potential melee combat or PvP that you get into, trying to leave, and then it turns night and you're stuck there. I'm still unopposed to it. But here's my thing, right? Making nights brighter so they're not as tedious, because what players are going to say is that nights aren't hard, they're tedious because you can't see and whatever. But that's the thing, is they're not hard. You have to get used to playing at night, just like you had to get used to using a compass. If you get lost running around at night, that's just what happens. Just because something's tedious doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just running around at night. And that's the other thing, is that, like, so say you have PvP players, because, for example, the Tarkov game or whatever, all those games, people always play those during the day when it's bright. So people that get into PvP fights and stuff, they're going to be going during the day when it's bright. And then all of a sudden they get stuck in a point where they have to go at nighttime. And they're not used to fighting that way. Scumvent.com. I don't know, what does this do exactly? 46 days away. Is this the eyeball thing where they were playing for graphics cards? I'm not opposed to, like, doing events. The issue here is that I don't have a team. It's very, like, I hardly ever have any group of players that plays with me a long time in games because I'm too technical with stuff and I like game plans and strategy. Yeah, but a solo player, like, I get, like, the last thing they said with the eyeballs. If you're a solo player, you got, you know, 1 point per eyeball, and if you had 3 people, it was divided. Yeah, but the issue there is that a group of players still has an advantage over you. So say the city is the best place to get eyeballs, and they have 5 players and you have, like, 1 player. They can have 4 players secure the whole city off, and then you could go around and farm eyeballs a lot safer. So, I mean, the numbers are still going to be more in their favor. They're going to be able to farm more C4, be able to raid your base easier than you. There's a lot of, like, how is a solo player going to take on a base of 3 people? But I'm not opposed to it. Is it going to be the eyeball thing again? Is it normal respawns, or... Personally, what I would do... I know a lot of people wouldn't like it, but I would almost make it where you only have so many lives on the server. Like give them a set amount of money or something, then increase the respawn amount so that they can only respawn like 3 times before they get kicked off the server. And then you have a time limit on the event. Because PvP would be a lot more prevalent, and in the solo players would have a lot less chance doing that, but at least solo players would be able to maybe pick off the groups and make them weaker over time. Because say there's a group of 3 and you're a solo player, you know that they've been farming gear and eyeballs and stuff. But if you're able to say go get a sniper or something and set out and slowly pick one of their teammates off, then they're a little bit weaker. Maybe eventually you get all of them dead and then their base is open, or potentially you might be able to make a treaty with them. Be like, hey, you lost a player, you need another teammate, add me in. But I don't know how that would work team-wise, because they might be in there with like 2 of their friends, and then their friend dies and you come in. Yeah, I think solo would probably be the most balanced for sure. But are you gonna stop people from teaming up in game, or are they just going to, like, are they still gonna be able to make like packs between each other to help each other out? Or I'm more open to people having teamwork in game, but depends on how big the group gets. Yeah, I'm not super opposed to it though. So are you giving, is there information on the point system here? Like you said, eyeballs, C4 parts and stuff. Are all those going to be worth like the same amount of points, or? And then is like the server just like normal Scum server? Okay. Next week. How long do these events last? Yeah. I don't really post things on official stuff. I'll think things through and I'll talk about it, but I don't really go out of my way to post on servers and discords and all that. Yeah. Private dedicated. But I have a hard enough time just remembering all of my like internet passwords and stuff. 40 players at a time. Normal server settings. It's like normal puppet spawns, normal puppet damage and all that, or y'all guys changing it? Normal game time, like a day-night cycle and stuff. I haven't really played competitively in... Dude, how long has it been? What, 4 or 5 years? I've only recently started playing games again in the first place. I mean, I've been years out. Loot 2x puppet. Increase 2x damage, 3x player-to-player damage. Or, hold up. Loot 2x puppet, increase 2x. Player-to-player damage down a lot. 2 hours of night, 3x day speed. Player-to-player damage is down a lot, then body armor is going to be really important. Make you a bullet sponge. So there's no buying anything during the event. Two X loot. Yeah. I'm just thinking in my head, so 2x loot. So D4 and airport are both going to be really, really good. 40 players. I can only assume that players would spread out kind of like they do on normal servers. Naval, D4, C2. Guns would be really easy to get. But you have to farm puppet eyes. Puppet eyes and C4 parts. Big City has the most stock of C4 parts, but that's also big PvP close to D4. Gas stations. South side of the map, there's like a grouping of like 6 gas stations close by, so that'd probably be a decent PvP area. But I don't know how people with like coal mine and stuff would deal with that. Like, coal mine spawns a decent amount of puppets, but in-game cash. Is there any way to tally how many times people have died? Like, maybe you could tie in the score to KDA. Like, if some team has like 50,000 puppet eyes, but they've died, you know, 1,000 times or whatever, you like divide it, and that would give you an average like score amount. And then like a solo player has 25,000 eyes, but they've only died like once. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to somehow affect the score based on survival, that would give players that don't necessarily so because say like a team of 5 is looting naval base with 2x loot. I know on a normal server they can get, you know, 5,000 or probably 10,000, 20,000 per run for the most part. But if a solo player could per se not have to worry about the loot so much, they could then snipe and pick off parts of their team, lowering their KDA, which makes their value less. So then if you really wanted to, you could potentially just kill players and lower their KDA so much that the loot that they've collected is worthless. But I mean, that's also higher risk too. I guess, I mean, the one hard part about that would be that a group of players could team up on a solo player. It's kind of hard because, like, if a solo player builds a base and they set there, a group of players could potentially just kill them over and over. But if a solo player is more mobile, then a group of players would waste their time trying to look for them. I don't know. There's a lot of variables here going on in my head, but 2x loot. I don't even know. 40 players with 2x loot, you'd have to like. Hmm. Team of 3. I would almost say if you had a team of 3, have 2 of your teammates farm up like explosives or something in Overwatch, like Naval and D4, and then just when people go in, just load everything up with explosives and snipe. Be the biggest trolls ever in those parts of the map, and then your third person try and farm up what they can in a safer area. But that is a toss-up. Let me look at this. I guess I got rid of my scum. Oh no, my scum map's over here. See, because I was looking at this the other day, because on the server that I've been building so far, I have really low loot spawns to where it's almost perfect for like kind of a similar hardcore survival game. And I've been adjusting the gas stations to where you're gonna have to micromanage your gas instead of just being able to refill whenever you want. So I was looking at these gas stations the other day, and like, depending on what the spawn rates are, because I know like big city you can get a lot of C4 parts. These gas stations are kind of too far away. If the respawn rate is like 15 minutes or 30 minutes or something, you need something you can go back and forth to right here. But when you look down here at the bottom, you got 2 gas stations, 2 gas stations. Naval base has this gas station and the airfield. But it's just like this area, there's a bunch of double gas stations. So like here you could hit these 2, hit those 2, hit these 2, and just go back and forth. C4 parts. Depending on the spawn rate of the puppets, I guess. Definitely have to take some thinking on this. Because bunkers also spawn C4 puppets, but they're also more dangerous. But I think C4 puppets spawn more in bunkers, and you're going to want something that wouldn't necessarily have the most loot. But also C4 parts have more utility than eyeballs, because you can use them to raid bases too, so... Because we know C2 is a popular one for most normal servers, D4, A4. But some of these smaller ones, like these 2 are really close together. Depending on how many puppets spawn there, you might be able to make a route just going around to these bunkers. Okay, like these are averagely close, and you have a gas station in between. These 2, bunker. This bunker isn't too far away. So these 2 bunkers are pretty close together. Big city plus these bunkers, you could do a loop. And there's a gas station. It's a lot of consideration here. Are you the server owner? Or you just like work for the server? Okay. I don't know what kind of settings that y'all like, but the last week or so I've been running tests on a server. Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say that I don't know if y'all have ever tried lower spawn rates, but I've slowly been lowering the spawn rates down more and more. And I've gotten down, so basically like at point 1, nothing really spawns, but when you get to point, was it 0 or 0.25? Yeah, when you get to like 0.25, there's not a whole lot that spawns on the map, but you'll find like ammunition and stuff. You rarely find guns at all. But once you hit like 0.275, you can find a gun like every now and then. There'll be like pockets of loot and an occasional bunker, but it takes a lot longer. Like I think 2 or 3 days of play, I found 1 shotgun and 2 pistols. But I just found that kind of interesting. So yeah, I mean that's what I try to do with like the official and the hardcore official were way too easy. And I wanted the game to be more like a survival. So right now, the settings that I have, it feels pretty much like how the game should be for a solo player. I haven't got to test it with multiple player on the server yet, but how it feels right now is really solid for solo players. Like I didn't make it like super difficult where well, you see like people talk about like the meat grinder and stuff, they put like a bunch of puppets on the map that can one-shot you. I don't like making a game hard by completely removing playstyles. Like if people want to use melee or brawling, stuff like that, that needs to be viable. And so I kind of balanced it out like that. That's how I like. So I think I don't know what I'm at now. I started off with it a little lower, but I was trying out, so like these puppet spawns, so the exterior's at 6. Yeah, 3x is pretty good. I like 3x. 4x is okay as well, but I don't know what I don't know what the effect of having a full server will have on the puppet amount necessarily, because right now I've been playing solo. So I did 6x exterior puppet spawns. Um, it's not too bad, so you can still use melee. But if you happen to get like 8 of them on you or something, you have to be like pretty intensely spec'd into like melee damage and health and stuff to live. But and then 3x interior puppet spawns, but I gave this a 5% chance to spawn. So the exteriors are 100%, the interiors are 5%. This doesn't really seem to affect the bunkers much at all for some reason. So I don't know how that's separated. But the inside of the buildings, like there's not usually puppets in any of the normal buildings. So what I'm trying to do is basically, because I made it so hard to get loot and stuff on the server, it's going to be harder to get screwdrivers and lockpicks, which means that players they might not necessarily want to build a base, but they could take a building over, and you don't want to worry about puppets all the time. But it also means that you're not going to get used to finding the puppets inside of it. So every now and then, rarely, you're going to go into a building, think it's safe, and then a puppet's going to be in there. But the other thing I did was I did 8x wild puppet spawns, and I have these set to every 1 to 2 hours. So you're not going to find puppets out in the wild all the time, but when it does happen, there's a bunch of them, and it's enough for somebody with melee to fight them off. But if someone shoots a gun, they're going to get bum rushed, and it's going to give people an opportunity to kind of capitalize if they're in the area, you know? Um, but I did put the sentry damage to like 4. I did 4x sentry damage. Um, so at 2, I believe 2x, it was doing like 20 damage or something with one shot. With 4x damage, it's doing like 60 or something. I mean, I don't know exactly, because you're talking about cash prizes and stuff. It's not really anything in game. I don't I don't really know the player base well enough to judge it, I wouldn't think. I would think cash just in general would get people interested because you can buy more stuff on it. The other thing though that is that like if you're giving prizes, yeah, like big time streamers and stuff probably wouldn't necessarily need any computer parts, but lower end gamers might actually want the computer part. But GPUs, I mean, since there's a shortages and stuff going on too, I mean, that's another thing. But cash is probably better overall. But the amount, I couldn't really tell you. I mean, it's just people like money. I don't think there's much wrong you can go wrong with that. So yeah, easier to send. Don't have to worry about damage and stuff and shipping, all that. What I would say though is that, yeah, I mean, free event, I don't think that's bad. But say that your server, like, if you're thinking in the future, if your server did get really popular, you could potentially get, like, say, sponsorship or whatever from a company, and they could donate, like, GPUs or something to you for cash prizes, or for prizes, you know? I don't think a company would send you money, though. Uh, yeah. So it's just something on the side, like if you're a big, like you're buying GPUs and you're giving them as prizes to an event. Um, yeah, I can understand that too. Because personally, I like thinking things out and coming up with ideas and stuff. Like, um, I don't know, it was like last week or something. I talked to some people on stream about some things, and I was telling them like, hey, if Scum ever like got done with this game and wanted to make another one, like to completely revolutionize survival games, MMO survival, MMO fantasy combined with survival. Nobody's did it as far as I know, and I know how you could do it to make it work, and it'd be great. So when you watch the people on the in the event, uh, you can find their location, like you know where they are on the map? Is there like something that you can tell where everyone's at? Okay. Because you could potentially, I don't know how long of a delay. I'm guessing you would post what you record after it's over so no one gets any advantage during the game, or if you're going to put it during the same time. But potentially, if you had enough people to admin watch 24/7 or whatever, or watch groups of players, um, 5-minute delay. That's definitely going to get people to watch the stream if they're in the event for sure. You can gather a lot of information from streams. That's what I'm saying though. But if you went and recorded everyone in the event and you're posting it online and stuff, you could potentially get people to do commentary. If you got a big enough group, kind of do commentary over it, or potentially you could like do things to lead groups into each other and stuff. Like if your event, if you just want it to be everyone's able to do their own thing and you see what happens, I think that's fine. But also, if you did the event where you were kind of like Tech 1, you'd be watching the players and you'd want to create actions. So you could potentially lead groups in certain directions with things. If you could like manually spawn in airdrops or something, could be interesting as well. Okay. So video footage is good. I like it. Yeah, it's just some ideas that you could potentially do to spice things up if you really needed to. But if you got everyone's stream like information or whatever who's in the event, y'all could potentially, while the event's going on, go into people's streams and get highlights out of everyone's stream, and then make like a full like highlight reel at the end of the match. And then like every season that you do an event, you could post a highlight reel at the end of it, and like put people's names on it and stuff. Yeah. See, I'm not a big, like, I don't know a lot about websites and how applications and stuff work, but when it comes to, like, thinking about random stuff, that's what I do. I just piece things together. I like tinkering with stuff. Yeah, it freezes, like, every 5-10 minutes. I don't really know how to fix it. I usually just leave it on there so I don't have to worry. But I have to go in here, deactivate and reactivate it to fix it, but I'm not super worried about it. Like, usually I just let it freeze on a decent picture and just keep going. What's your thoughts on these new Scum updates that they're doing? Oh, here's some stuff that I was doing before too. I like made the vehicle inactivity longer, but I disabled like sector and bed spawns on this server. I did squad spawns, but squad spawns cost like 1,000 reputation, and then if you try to like spam and like kill yourself and relog to get back to where your team was or whatever, you can do it like one time. Well, if squad spawns don't work, then it don't work. But I was trying to be nice and allow them to be able to get to each other. But the idea is that you're not going to be able to spawn on the map, but potentially you could farm up the fame, and it was going to cost you 1,000 fame to respawn. and you'd be able to go back to your squad. But it'd be something you'd have to consider when to use. But if they try to relog off and on, there's like a 5-minute death penalty. So you can kill yourself once and then respawn, but after that, you're gonna have to wait 5 minutes. Yeah. Well, because my thought is that, like, I know that there's players that get really tilted when they die, and then they just die from a stupid reason, and they're like, ah, and they like rage. Uh, but if you can make the squad spawn work, make it to where the price is really high, like it's not something that you would use every day. It's going to be like that one thing, like, oh, I just, my car, there's a squad around my car or something. But the other thing is to even activate it, you have to wait 5 minutes. So even if you did die and you could respawn at your squad, your teammates have to stay alive for 5 minutes. So they're either going to have to run away or they're going to have to try and fight them. And that would give you, like, because I didn't want something that people could abuse and just continuously spawn back and raid somebody's base with. I think there's a good balance. There's always a balance between things when you actually it's kind of like I wasn't fully opposed to, say, because the loot on the server is really low. I was very tempted to allow POI base building, but the fact is that if they base build around a building in town, it's going to be way too strong. Because lockpicking is too hard to come by, that you can't just build a base around a building. But building it around a bunker, this is another thing I thought would be cool, though. If you controlled a server and you went and built like the best walls around every single bunker on the map, players wouldn't be able to go directly into the bunker areas. They would have to blow up the walls to get into the bunker. And I think that would be kind of interesting too, because it's not like, oh yeah, let's just run in. No, you're going to have to go and get some C4 parts. You're going to have to blow up a hole in the wall. Then you're going to have to deal with the puppets and stuff that you attract with the explosions. Then you got to get past the mechs wherever you blew the hole up in the wall in the first place. I mean, that would be kind of interesting. But, yeah. I'm not sold on the modular yet, though, because I don't know exactly how it's going to work out. And their bank system that they were just doing before, I haven't really... Because I was looking at these. Because I've been collecting a lot of info about this power plant for the most part. I guessed where it was before people came out with that map before. Purely off of the shrubbery that was on the ground and the fact that there was like a freezing border around it. Everyone was telling me it was in the south. I was like, it makes no sense unless it's like a really high elevation and has different bushes. But all of this, pretty interesting. There's also new vehicle types in here as well. Yeah, well, my thing is that I was thinking about how they could balance it earlier, because, let me look, where's that picture at? There's a picture somewhere. I think it's up here, yeah. So, these base designs, first things first, as far as I know currently, this right here, when you blow up things, I don't think that the containers are breaking or falling to the ground. So stuff like this with the elevation, players are just going to go up here, build their stuff. They're going to destroy this bridge when they log off. And there's not going to be any way that anyone's going to take their stuff. But I've kind of warned that this bank system could potentially ruin the game because, yeah, I haven't played DayZ. I've seen video of it. I wasn't really impressed, so... But the money system, because there's already like on official servers, there's like groups, even groups of 5 can completely take over things like naval base, and that's like 20,000 something a run. Okay, you do that, you load everyone up, you load up a car, you're getting like 100,000 like every time you go to the trader. But the incentive for people to keep things in their base is very low, because why would you keep a bunch of loot in your base when you can just go sell it and put it in the trader, which that's going to help server performance, so that's fine, okay? But big groups of players are going to have way more money than a solo player. 100%, there's no way. Yeah, so they've already said like there's going to be like the ATM transfer, like your teammate can transfer funds to you to respawn. But I was looking at this right here. So it says account balance and gold balance. So I'm guessing maybe when you stick it in the bank, it's getting turned into gold. So you can't use the gold to buy things at the trader maybe. But I mean, that's the only way I could see them kind of balancing the loot out, is to transfer it into something you can't buy the traders. Because otherwise you can just take the money out, buy it at the trader, and you'd be good. But yeah, so that's what I'm kind of thinking, that maybe that's how they could balance it. Because if you're going to keep big groups of players from like respawning consistently, you're going to have a way to separate their bank gold from their personal gold or whatever that they're using. The issue is that then they're just going to go and so say it has to be on your character. They're just going to go and bury a chest somewhere with a bunch of money in it, and then they're going to respawn and then go get more money out of the chest and put it on their character and keep doing that over and over. But they've already said that you can transfer funds to people to respawn, so they're going to be able to do that anyway. The whole thing is that like it's not punishing really to just, you know, like respawn over and over. I don't really know how they can fully balance this, to be honest. I mean, bank robberies would be something that would kind of help maybe to redistribute wealth. But I would almost say, instead of having this like pay to respawn system or whatever, because they're trying to do permadeath, but that's the other thing. Like they're doing permadeath, which means that on these servers, because like in the official central server, like O1, there's a group that has 3 different tribes or 3 different squads that are all in one group that have 10 people in each squad. And all they do is farm money and stuff all day. But say you're a solo player, they could come and hunt you down and kill you repeatedly until you run out of money and steal all your stuff. And then there's permadeath and you're gone. You can't go back to the server because you don't have anyone to give you money. So I don't know if I agree with the system. Definitely benefits groups more than solo players. But I would almost say that they should just where'd it go? I would almost say like do like some other survival games do, and just have a set area that you can spawn. So like in Miscreated, they had like a south side and a north side and a big map. And anytime that you died, you would just spawn at the south side. And so all the new players are here. The problem that comes in is that people build bases and they kill all the new players when they spawn. But potentially you could like take like B2 and just dump players into it and respawn here, and they would be within 2 squares of any location. And I don't think that would necessarily be bad. They've already talked about a national park. That was something I was looking at earlier. There's like an old update posting about things they were adding to the game that weren't in the game yet. And one of them was a national park. And like if it was in this area, you could just make that like a global spawn hub, you know. It has animals and stuff. People spawn there. Go wherever. But Bunch of random. Have y'all been able to fully fill your events, or y'all still lacking some players? See, some of these base building components and stuff too, like when we look at this. Oh, it's the first one? Okay. It's like we look at this structure, like these metal walls. These are the same metal walls that they have in Miscreated. The difference was that Miscreated, you had to take your cars out, gather the metal walls, and tow them back to your base. But this right here is like a half wall. So they have half walls, and they have these window walls that you can put on your bases apparently now. Yeah, I mean, if you got a decent amount of, players that you can tell, I'm sure it won't be too hard. They're saying the event's going on for a month, though. With only 40 players on a server. That'd probably be the crappiest thing, is that if it's anyone can join 40 players on a server and it bottlenecks, and you're not able to get online. Yeah. I mean, I'm not super opposed to it. It'd just be kind of annoying if you couldn't get into the server, but if y'all ever did like a whitelist or something in the future, then maybe y'all could put like I don't know if y'all can see like players in game like time or whatever, but make it to where people can't like play on the server and not be active for so many hours, and you just kick them off and then add someone else. Yeah, but it also means that well, I'm just saying, like, so say if you whitelisted a server and everyone that was in the competition was going to be able to play, and then somebody didn't play for like 4 or 5 days in a row or something, potentially you could like kick them off and then add another contestant or something. But the thing with like teams, so like with teams of 3, I don't think it would be a problem. But say there's like 40 people on a server, and you're a team of 3, but like 5 other teams, and y'all could all like log in and try to bottleneck the server so no one else could join. It'd be a lot more than that. I don't think you're gonna have that problem because there's just teams of 3 won't be too bad. But if there's like teams of 10, it would be bad. But the other thing is like, so here's a big one, because this was what I was thinking about with the eyeball event thing too. They have all these like really popular streamers and stuff. I'm sure they had a rule against it, but I never saw the rules. But what keeps players from just like taking their eyeballs or whatever, sticking them on a player, and then logging off with it? Nobody could ever take it, you know? Or say like y'all's server, they have a team of 3, and then they go and they have an alt account, and then they go and farm everything up with the team of 3, dump it on the alt account, log the alt account off and on every day, and then at the end of it, the alt account wins because it has a bunch and it's not separated because he's a solo squad player. And then they get the prize money or whatever, split it 3 ways. I don't even know who won the Scum League thing. The items have to be put into a cabinet. Is that like at the end of the event or during the event? Yeah, so they just log on the alt character and then stick it in a cabinet and you'd be set, right? Yeah, but if it only has to be in the cabinet at the end of the event before it gets tallied, you could just log the character on, then stick it in a cabinet, and then afterwards it'd be fine. Okay. I mean, I guess it helps, but I mean, like if you know like the gist of like the event, so like say you said it was like a month, and you know when it starts, then you know that you got about 4 weeks. So like the last week or so, you just like log on and stick them in. I don't know. I'm not opposed, but the just trying to think about this. Y'all guys could almost do like so say y'all deactivate traders. I don't know. I didn't know if you said you were gonna deactivate or reactivate traders, but you could almost like so say that you knew if you had teams on your server, right? Potentially you could have the teams join the server. They all create or you create or whatever a storage container and say like a trading post, or in every trading post there's a storage container for each team. And then you have a set time where the server starts and a set time when the server turns off. And then they have to collect the eyeballs and stuff in the chest in the trading posts. Maybe before the server turns off or back on. Or maybe just overall in general. I don't really know, but bot coins. You're in a whole nother world of fancy computering that I have no idea. Like, I get what you're saying, but I didn't even know you could sell stuff on Discord. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would eliminate a lot of the rating. Can you turn it off and on? So say that you're doing an event for a month. What if you could turn the quest thing on and the traders on, like say 2 weeks in, a week or 2 weeks in, and then you can turn it off, and then at the end of the event you could turn it back on or off or whatever. That way, like during the middle of the event, people could have like you can keep your stuff on you, or you can potentially try and get to this trader and turn it in and save your progress. And during this day, you can either try to get to the trader and save your progress, or you could try and bring a bunch of loot and sell it and get some gear so that you can catch back up and like be able to fight people. Yeah. I potentially like the idea. I think the hard part would be deciding when to activate the traders, because it's not necessarily guaranteed, because players that are away from the trader might think it's too risky to go to the trader during a time frame that everybody's going to be going to the trader. So they might not even stash their stuff there to begin with. Uh, but buying items could potentially allow players to get back in the game. I would almost say if you could control which trader turns on, you could randomize it. You know. It's just in my head, because like if I was a person that was really well set, I'm just trying to put my mindset in every player that could be on the map. If you're a person that's really well off and you have like a team of 3 and you got a super base built or whatever, you might not risk going to a trader with all of your stuff. So you'd either do mini trips or you just not go, because you don't want to risk losing all the stuff that gives you points. Then the players that don't have anything would potentially camp outside of the trader, but they might be able to buy gear that allows them to get back into the game if they were doing bad. But then like the players that go and they dump all their stuff into the trader, they're going to be more likely to try and raid afterwards, I would think. Yeah, no buried chests. I'm just trying to think if people would I'm trying to think if people would get upset if players stashed their items. Like, we're able to save point on their coin. I don't think they necessarily would. I would almost say just do it like once or something in the event. Like right before the last week of play, or like in the middle of it or something, but I don't know when the best time would be. Yeah. Because it would be like one day where like if you were in the #1 spot, you could be like, hey, if we can get to this trader, we're set. Like we can stash everything, and we're set for this whole thing. But then like there's smaller groups. We can't guarantee if everyone's going to be online at the same time either, though. That's the other thing. So potentially, if nobody's really thinking about it, they might not even try and stop players from stashing their stuff. But it's like if you're a smaller group and you go and you stash your stuff in the trader, you have nothing to protect anymore. So you might as well try and raid the big group to get their stuff. Hmm. That's a toss-up. Because you also have the potential for vehicles. Really good vehicles. Are y'all? Can y'all change farmable experience for skills any, or is it just like base, like leveling, like engineering and stuff? Could you like make it super difficult where people's like starting builds matter a whole lot, or is it just? I mean, I don't particularly want to go and farm. Okay. Because I can farm almost any skill up in the game fairly quickly, but I wouldn't necessarily want to during an event anyway, but it'd be interesting to say, like, if someone took awareness for PvP, they wouldn't have access to engineering. But, yeah. Making fun of my bow? Yeah. That's something I haven't really got to mess around with too much, is disarming C4s. I do know the armor helps a lot. The main issue that I'm having, like even on my server that I'm working on, I haven't changed the trader code at all. The only thing that bothers me with like basically everything is almost perfect just for like the base game with minimum changes. It's just the for like kind of a normal mode survival. But the pistols that you can buy for like 2,000, I think you should have to buy for like 5,000, and the pistols that you can buy for 5,000, I think should be like 8, 10,000. But armors are only like 2 grand. Armor should be more expensive. Yeah, I'll look at it. I see the website and stuff, but are y'all gonna let people hop on the server beforehand, or only like during a certain day? I don't know if I'll play unless I can get a team together. There's nobody that I personally know that's like plays enough or anything to have a team. I'd prefer to be on a team. Yeah. All right. I don't really do anything that makes survival games easier. It's not really for me for the most part. Yeah. just like when people say bots, I just think because like I played MMOs for a long time. Like I've used like trading stores in like Minecraft, but that's because there's a limited amount of items on a server, and so when it's gone, you basically have to use them. But like when I think bots, I think of like MMOs where people pay people to like put bots on their account and farm stuff for them, and it bugs me. Bugs me a little bit. Right, man. If you're heading to bed, I guess good night. I'll see you sometime, I'm sure. There happens to be a team looking for somebody. I might join up with them if they want, but all right, man. What is this? There's a loot control post on here. I kind of like this. Individual loot limiter would be nice. Group loot limiter would be okay as well. Loot respawn timer. Love America. Hey. Four, five. We have enough. Just like undead Putin. Statistics. I understand this is what you're trying to do right now. Why do you have to say it 16 times, guy? Deceitful. Silos. What was that? else make what we do possible. Your dash. Oh. Statistics. I low-key want to live in this bunker. I want to live in this bunker so bad. Whoa. What? Where the hell? Aww, He's so cute. I don't want to shoot this guy. I mean, he's laying down. Are you sad, little guy? Do I feel good about it? No. What's the matter, pup? You want to go outside or something? Alright, just give me 1 second, alright? Give me 1 second. Alright, let's go outside, pup. Woo! Oh no.
Welcome, friend. A fellow merchant, eh? Hit me up when you need a refill, sugar.
Come in. I'll have a look. Never mind about the expiration date. Those are fake anyway. All in. Never mind about the expiration date. Those are fake anyway.
Dude, meds.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed. That thing registered? Kidding. Nobody can buy.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have. Here's what I've got.
See you later.
Let's go to Big Vernon Monument. We'll go through here out the back, take a right. Oh my god. This is interesting. Oh, crap.
New clientele. Step right up. I can take a look if you have something.
Wolf
When you
prices
need
are a
another
lot
round,
lower
you know
on
who
this
to
server.
call.
God damn.
See you soon.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to. Let's see what you have.
Have a nice.
Welcome, friend. A fellow merchant, eh? My doors are always open. New clientele. Step right up. A fellow merchant, eh? When you need another round.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have. Here's what I've got. How's it hanging? Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you I'm well armed. That thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares. Guns come unloaded. Security reasons. Obviously.
Welcome, stranger. Prices are not negotiable. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Here's what I've got. Step right up. There's a storm brewing. I feel it in me bones. The product is fresh. You can have me word. That there is a good one. Good trade, isn't it?